Mhm. Boom. Hello. How you doing? It's a good day in the workshop, right? So we're gonna be working on some more of these. We were working on them yesterday. We're gonna continue on with that. Uh, but while I do a little bit of talking in the beginning here, I'm gonna go ahead and prep some other stuff right quick that Abby set out. There it is. Whoop. So yeah, hope everybody's doing well. It is Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Kevin, do you see? Even when you're not here, you're still here. This is you. Oop, there we go. I know, I know. It's from the opposite of down movie, and uh, well, you know, you know. Alrighty. Okay, so gonna keep it on my face for now, I reckon. There, that's good enough. There. Yeah, I gotta drill these for something a little different actually, but it's looking cool. Yep, there's that. No, no. I was working on some different stuff yesterday. Yes. Yeah, nice. You got a shirt that says Kevin's your spirit animal. It's funny. I like it. I like it. That's good. That's the one that we're looking for here. Yes. So Abby is currently at an appointment, and um, yeah. So if you did happen to look at the tracking or anything on the what I just sent, it has been picked up, so it'll be put into the system a little later. Kevin, that's specifically for you. Don't want anybody else thinking that we're hoping, I guess, that something's going to arrive. That's right. Okay. I know. It's crazy, isn't it? And she expects me to be productive too. Ugh. It's like, you sound really ambitious. That is so ambitious of you. Let's see. So, lathe chat. Apparently, the lathes. I was going to save this for the other channel, but the lathe chat. I can still do it, obviously. It just might not be all that entertaining for you. That. But so lathes. I was looking at quite a few different lathes. I don't think I need to really go for a really expensive one. I wrote down all the different ones that I was going to talk about. Whoop. But as you can see, the title should be a little different up here, but I don't want to erase that. So, I don't really know what to put over it. Here. Ah! It's not strong enough magnet. Whatever. There we go. Okay. Your sign needs to be higher. Okay. All right. Well, that's as good as it's going to be. It's more for my visual reference, anyways, than it is for y'all. But so the lathes that I was looking at, right, when I first started, was the Jet, the Laguna, the Nova, and the Rikon, and Central Machinery, and that was at that time, right? So that's what I liked initially, and then as tastes, I suppose, refined, right? You get ideas for bigger, better, badder, more specific as well. So, thank you. But yeah, so thinking about all the different types of lathes that are out there, I don't really think that you can go wrong. But me, what I was thinking about, personally at least, um, was a little bit of upgrade, but also not huge because my footprint here, right? So I guess that's also more for like the workshop setup and buying your first lathe and upgrading your lathe type of video. But what I'm really getting at is the things that I was looking at was um, all those different ones that are sub $1,000. So we're looking at about a mid-sized lathe, so about a 12, 12, like this one is a 1221. I was looking at a 1224. I was looking at a 1524. There's a lot of different ones I was looking at, but there we go. But yeah, the Jet, Laguna, Nova, Turncrafter, Rockler. Rockler also has their own. Rockler has their own brand. Oh, that's awkward. My my little icon is upside down on the thumbnail. But yeah, so thinking about all the different types, what capabilities I wanted to have, the specifics of those types of things, for example, variable speed is super important. Also having the machine be able to be large enough to do what it is that I want to do with it. And then also be able to do other projects on the side if I really wanted to. So one of the lathes that I was looking at was a Harvey. It comes from China, but it's got a pretty good reputation, good brand. The warranty seems pretty good. I wrote a lot of this stuff down when I was scripting it all, but yeah, the Jet, the Harvey. The Harvey's about 2,000, and then when you get the stand with it, it ends up going up to like 3, you know. And then let's see, and the other one. I guess I could talk about what I'm really interested in. That's probably going to end up happening. Let's see, that is going to be either the one way, or it's going to be. It's probably not going to be a robust, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to source $6,000 to drop on a lathe, or more, around $6,000 for a lathe. Although it is a really good size, like that's almost like an heirloom type of lathe. So, I mean, I'm not affiliated with Robust or anything, but you know, it would be pretty darn cool to have one. But I would probably just go for the Scout, like the American Beauty and the Sweet 16. Those are big. Those are big lathes, big footprints, big weight, everything. Just a real big machine. And I don't have the space, and I also don't really have the need for a lathe that's that large. You know, that's just too large. Now, for reference, if you know what a Laguna 1524 looks like, there is space right here for that I could potentially use. But, you know, it's a Laguna. And I got a Laguna bandsaw. It's really nice. Yeah, it'll get passed down for sure. This thing is crazy. But yes, just, you know, kind of thinking about what it is. But yeah, and then the question comes up of like, well, if I do get a wood lathe, could that budget been better spent on something else? And so, you know, those are the types of things I wonder about, because you want to make sure that you're not, you know, creating a sinkhole, or you're not creating a potential problem. Let's see if I can turn this down even more. So, one way, robust, Harvey, all those lathes are the ones that I'm looking at. Hey, yeah, CNC. That was what I was thinking too. I started looking at the CNCs, and you know, I think well, there's a lot of variables to that as well. I'm not a machinist. I don't really know how to use it in the first place, so it would be kind of weird to get one. But then I'd probably need to hire somebody else to come out with me, you know, to help me execute a certain design that I'm going for, and then basically they'll show me how to do that, program that, and then move forward from there. So kind of interesting, but probably not the avenue I'm going to go with for quite yet, I guess. Let's see. The footprint's way bigger. Yes, yes, it is. There are actually quite a few. There are quite a few different desktop, is what they're called, desktop CNC lathes that are, you know, in the works, and they're also available. So it just depends. You want it now, or you want it a little bit later? But you know, they're always going to do iterations. There's always going to be a better one coming around the corner and that kind of stuff. But I don't think wood lathes are necessarily in the same category when it comes to the speed of things changing. Like a wood lathe, I think is just going to be a wood lathe forever. I mean, you can change different things. Like, I'll tell you some of the most wazoo things that I saw when I was looking at all the lathes and stuff. Wood lathes specifically, right? Some of the things that I saw were really neat, and it's use case kind of thing. So these high end lathes are basically for someone who uses it all the time and gonna, I would say, makes a living off of it, a professional quality lathes. So there is one thing that I don't really care for the robust and the one way, and it kind of seemed like they were addressed, some of those things, but they don't have a digital readout. But they do have a dial that's similar to how my metal lathe is, which isn't that big of a deal. If I can approximate, 700, 2000, and 3500, then I've got all the areas that I would need to pay attention to. But yeah. Let's see. So I'm actually drilling for nib holders right this moment. Drilling for nib holders. It sounds like I'm going to strike gas or oil. That's not what I mean, but yeah. So I guess going back to the lathe stuff. Do I need a one-way, or do I need a robust, or do I need a bigger lathe, or anything like that? No. No, I don't necessarily. But, it's not, it's one of those things. You're like, do I need it? No. Do I want it? Yes. And is it going to be, 3 or 4 times better than what I have? No, probably not. But it is 3 to 4 times the price. So, I guess it's one of those things where you're thinking about like the cost analysis, but I don't know. It's tough because I think all in for the one way, 1224. I think it's a 1224. So it's a little bit longer, 3 inches longer than the jet, but it just one of those things. It's one of those things. Do I need it? No, but I want it. And I mean, it'll pay for itself. But will it keep? Yes. Or it will keep. Yes, that's Forged in Fire, isn't it? Wait a second. You've seen Forged in Fire. Probably means that the host is actually a former PJ, I'm pretty sure. Which is what I used to do. I don't know. Pretty sure he was a pararescueman before. L&L. Lee and Lenore. Okay. I'm so glad that you came. I was thinking about you last night. So I had mentioned it earlier in the stream, but I had forgotten about it until the stream had ended. But I went to a Turner's meetup. So the Turnering meetup that I went to was called Waxhaw Wood Turners, and it was pretty cool. So I went there, a bunch of old people, a bunch of old guys that are just loving life. and enjoying all their turning and stuff like that. I went there. I met the ringleader of the group, John. Um, by the way, funny little thing. Um, if you go to any turning anything and you don't know somebody's name, there's about a 50% chance you're going to be right. If you say, "Hey, John," you will definitely get heads turned. So John has got to be one of the most common names in the turning. All kinds of Johns. Yeah. So Lee, I'm sorry I was not there. That thing that I went to started at about, I had to left at like 5:30, and then it went until about 9. Um, so I missed your whole stream, but I was thinking about it. I'm gonna have to go watch it or catch the next one. It's like, how can I tell them? How can I tell them I failed them? So I do apologize for missing it because I wanted to see it, hang out with y'all. I did go look at your channel, so that's cool. The computer that I looked at your channel on doesn't have speakers, like this computer right here. There is no speakers, so there's no volume output. It also doesn't have Bluetooth, so this computer is pretty bare essentials. But yes. So I just wanted to let you know that I didn't forget. I just, you know, I went to the meetup. So let's see. And yeah, I think that it was awesome. It was really cool. The person that was there, the demo person, her name was Scarlett something, and she teaches at a folk school, where you can learn all different types of work with your hands type of stuff. And so that was really cool. And what she did was turn it's called a Chinese hat, and it's pretty neat. Yeah, I did have a dongle. I had a dongle, but my computer is also like maxed out with USBs. So that is, I guess, part 2 of that problem. Because I even have a USB, well, I've got 2 USB strips that have like a whole bunch of accessories. The one that I got that's probably the best is you can choose which one is on, and then they're also color coded to tell you which one's just power and which one is actually putting out one is just for like charging, the other one is for like accessory mode, I guess. Yeah, that's what it is. But yeah. So the meetup was really cool. There was a show and tell thing. What I was really excited for, one sec, before the show and tell, there was when I looked on the website, there was a pin turning specifically, I guess, subset of people, which is pretty cool. It's like there's the wood turners, and then there's specifically the pin making people, and they all deal with wood. So it was kind of interesting for that. but I guess that they don't, or they haven't done it in a long time. But the person that used to run it was there, so it might come back. I guess it stopped around 2020 when, you know, the other stuff happened. But yeah, the meetups didn't happen as much. And let's see. Anyway, they did Chinese hats at that. Okay, now for the show and tell that was there. There were some people that made some awesome hollow form, big bases. There was one. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of a YouTuber named Oliver Gomez, but he does huge projects. Like we're talking, like we're talking things like this tall and like this big around. So huge. And he does it. It's pretty interesting to watch it be done because he does it in different sections. Because that won't fit on the lathe all at the same time. Well, it won't fit on most lathes. There's probably a few out there that it could handle that. But yes, pretty darn cool. So he said it was around 2,000 pieces. So it was like it almost was blocks looking, and then you stack them together, and then you do it. He did it in 3 different pieces. Had to use a lathe that had a stabilizing wheels on it to help support the piece while you're turning. Yeah. And then there was somebody else that had turned the first pin. Somebody else had done some threaded lidded boxes. I call them boxes, but they're more cylindrical. And then the really cool thing about that is that he's a wood carver as well. And so he carved like leaves into the top of it. So pretty cool. And then they also had like a glass insert into that, so you can put stuff in it and it not be like going into the wood. So pretty neat, I gotta say. I met some people, talked to some people. Let's see, what else? Good. Now, 9:30 seconds. Perfect. Oh, okay. I don't know if y'all are hearing that, but there. Remedied. Let's see. I need a 7. Or smaller. A little smaller would be fine too. Let's see. Sorry, it's probably going to be I haven't really organized all my thoughts with this quite yet, but we'll probably just, you know, go. Might just talk about the different things as I think about them. So, Lee knows what I'm talking about. Lee and Lenore, y'all know what I'm talking about. Let's see, who's here right now? Is it Lee or Lenore? I also set up the vertical stream as well for this channel, which is cool. But I couldn't figure out how to make that my main one. So here we are. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So might be silly, but I was trying to find a Brad. Oh, it's not gonna focus, but a Brad tip for this good bit, but didn't find one in the size that I was going for, which is a little weird. Yes. Okay, let's see. Is that sufficient? Mm, interesting. Let's see. Yep. What size? 9/32 is the size I was looking for. They're all gonna say like 7 millimeter or something like that. I have to go to probably have to actually go to a store, not order it off of Amazon. Um, but that's fine. It's fine. We will we will prevail. We'll overcome. I believe in us. Hmm. Because that would change. Or that would make it a little easier to do this process over and over again. Something like that. Speaking of which, um, the process stuff goes. Give me the keys to the castle, man. Mhm. But I was also looking for a Forgener bit that was 9/32, and that also doesn't exist. At least that I found. Okay, sweet. We are looking good. I will. Here, I'll just show you what I'm doing. Look at that. Ooh, these are cool. I'll hop over here and show you this one little closer. But man, that's cool. There's a lot of color shift in that. But Kevin, you said that you were interested in wood, huh? That's cool. It's perfect. Perfect, even. It happens to be a little bit, well, for the most part, I would say it's a little less expensive, but also offers like I think the greatest amount of like classy and customization. That's pretty neat. Yes. And that's a part of like knowing thy audience, you know? You gotta know who your customers are and stuff like that. I don't like that way. Oh, I'm looking at Fortnite? Shoot. You wanna hear something a little weird? Kind of crazy too? I think I've talked about it before, but it's still weird nonetheless. Because, well, just imagine this. You are a handmade business, you're in high demand, and you're trying to figure out how to proceed with what it is that you're doing. How would you go about doing something like that? That's a fun little thing to think about. Because if you are working a full-time job and then you're also interested in doing I guess, a side hustle until it can expand into a full business, then it kind of seems that being successful is almost scary. Like, imagine if you are successful with your pens. What does that look like? What I mean by that is pretty much what I said, but everybody wants Kevin's pens. They love the wood that you're using. They love everything that um, they love everything that you're doing, and it's great and incredible, and they love it, right? But now you got 10,000 people that want it. Now what? So I think it's interesting that being a success in this type of area can also be a little nerve wracking. So something that's called, I don't know if it's actually called that, but it's like you're afraid of success, which sounds crazy, right? It sounds a little crazy, but it's not. Because what if you are successful? Now what? You make this wonderful thing. It took you like, I don't know, a week to make, and now you have 5 to 10,000 people that want it. Now what? But those are types of things that forward thinkers think about. You know, it's what if? Well, what if I fail? What if you fail? What if you succeed? You know, both of those pose very different, circumstances, ideas, and just a very different kind of mindset where You're not exactly sure. But you hope to be successful. You don't start an endeavor hoping for it to fail. But on the other hand, you don't. What if you went viral on TikTok right now? You know, I guess it's kind of like, what does that mean? And I guess that whole thought kind of came about when um, I was reading a book by Daryl Eves, who is like one of the OGs of YouTube and marketing on YouTube. The combination of that, and then also Mr. Beast, where he's talked about um, bringing a whole bunch of people to like your stream, for example. Like if 1 million people were just in my stream right now, like what? I wouldn't really change what I'm doing, honestly. But for some people, that would probably be like intimidating, very intimidating because it's unusual. You're not ready for something like that. But on the other hand, it's like, well, when will you be ready for something like that? And that is the other weird conundrum of you don't know if you're going to be ready for it or not until you do it and then you respond. Yeah. Let's see. Could it be they're just afraid to fail as everyone else? Yeah, I suppose. But in order for you to fail, you'd need to be successful in some form or fashion, right? Maybe not. I don't know. In order to fail, well, for sure you'd at least need to try. Um, and then quit. That's how you fail. You have to try and then stop and give up. Uh, but then again, you get those positive coaches and whatnot, and they're like, you know what? You just need a positive mental attitude. Roll your sleeves up. You're halfway there. Yeah, yeah, I suppose. Mr. B said most people could handle him tagging them. Could or couldn't? You said could, but maybe. More like a what would happen if that were to happen. That I find pretty interesting. But then again, like, have you ever watched Mr. Beast on like games, like video games? It's not him playing video games; it's him watching people play video games, and he'll donate like an astronomical number of of money to these streamers that only have like 10 viewers or something like that. And he did it just to see their reactions, and you know, it's really kind of cool if you think about it, because it's like one of the ultimate ways to determine the how people would handle a situation like that. Like that is okay. Here you are. Here is a successful day for you, kind of thing. I don't know. Just an interesting, I guess, an interesting thought exercise, because there's so many unknowns, which is fun. I think that's fun territory. Abby hates it. I like going into the unknown. Hope it wasn't copyright. All I said was into the unknown with a tune. Yeah. But then, so here's the other thing about that you start thinking about is if you couldn't handle it, you start wondering, why can I handle it? And, or what do I need to do in order to handle it? You know? Kind of an interesting thing too. Like, well, you say I can't handle it, but why? Why is it that you think that? Well, you don't have the experience. Nobody does until they do, right? So it's like I'm going to use a skydiving analogy where I don't know if my parachute's going to open. I packed it. I packed my parachute. Hopefully I did it right. But if it doesn't open, well, then I got a reserve that wasn't packed by me. It was packed by a master rigger, and well, hopefully they did their job, because some things are just out of your control, and it's like you don't train, you don't practically train for cutaways. What a cutaway is that your main parachute doesn't work, and so you're going to have to get your reserve parachute out. That's just not something that you train for. I mean, you go through all the different procedures if that did happen, but you're not going to actually jump out of a plane, cut away your main parachute, just so you can ride your reserve down. You're not going to do that. So, honestly, it's weird because I don't know what would end up happening if I ended up having a cutaway when I was doing all my jumping. Because I never had to deal with that, you know? So kind of a weird little thought as far as that goes. You don't know until you know. And if you don't ever get that experience, you'll never know. Which, you know, a lot of people are happy never skydiving. Or holding a snake. Or touching a spider. Or holding a scorpion. Or anything that you just generally avoid doing. You don't really know what's going to happen until you do it. You don't know how you're going to act until you do it. Because most of the time, people psych themselves out, and then they just never do it, which is sad, in my opinion. I think it's a little sad. But on the other hand, you know, it could backfire, where you're doing something that's borderline, and then you're like, well, I made a mistake. Maybe even one that you don't recover from. Not to be too graphic or anything, but it could happen, you know? You don't plan for failure, you plan for success. Failure just can happen, but so can success. And I think that's one of those things that I've tried to get my family to think about those types of things. Shoot, I've tried to get a lot of people into those types of things. It's like, do something you've never done. How about that? Do something that you've never done. I looked at Abby the other day and I was like, you know what? We should go to a dance club. We should go dance. Because she likes dancing. I don't care for dancing. But then again, I haven't done it very much. So, like, well, it'd be fun. just generally an activity I avoid. But I could have fun doing it, meet some new people, and all kinds of stuff, you know? So, oops, I failed, let me learn, do it again. Yeah. But it happened, you know? If it didn't happen, that would be weird. But I guess I also think of things in the extremes, back and forth, whether extreme success or extreme failure. And I guess my idealistic version of each of those is also subjective because, you know, I have my own thoughts of what success looks like and what failure looks like, and yours could be very different than what mine is as far as your perception of what success or failure is, which kind of weird. Welcome back. Do you want to say hey? I am on Bewares. I did not get the vertical running because of, well, I could only choose one, and then the other one had to be like a different platform. So I did get it all set, but one had to be a different platform. Why did I do that? Hmm? All right, here you go.
Oh, I'm only gonna be one second.
Oh, well then grab that one. He's down. There you go. Just, you don't need a muffle on it either. It will.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey.
I think he's pretty.
In a previous life, I was actually a model.
He was very handsome. That's how when we met. So,
Oh Lord,
it was
here we go. Story time. Saddle up, Buttercup.
It was our both of our first jobs, at a little local swim lesson place. And John was an instructor and I was an assistant. I was 15. John was 17. And he did give me, within, I don't know, a few months of working together, he just one day gave me a model, his model call sheet or whatever.
You could go get it.
I'll go get it for you guys. I still have, it's right inside. I keep it in my office because it's so funny and so cute.
Just remember, you still have your mic on.
Yeah, I know.
In there.
It's fine. I don't know what he thinks I'm going to do.
Yeah. So this
with my mic
happen,
inside. Huh? Let's see.
But, yep. The different things people have done in their lives is so cool. You know, I guess this kind of fits right into what I was talking about too. Like, well, I mean that's a different story, but you know, getting into modeling in the first place, it's like, why? What are you doing? Well, I didn't know. I was scouted. And what that means is somebody saw me and my mom actually in a Taco Bell.
Is it really?
And was like, hey, you should go here. And so they sent me to a modeling agency or a talent agency, right? And what was it? So I checked them out, and then you have to get set up with like a photographer, and then you get all your pictures, and then those pictures are what ends up on your comp card, which is what Abby's got right now.
So he gave this to me almost 20 years ago now. Oh. 20 years. Look, he's a baby. Now you can hold it back here.
You can get it wherever you want.
See? Very handsome.
Subject to copyright and I don't know if it is or not.
I have no idea. Anyways, yeah. 20, almost 20 years ago. We'll have been married for 14 years this summer, and we met 20 years ago, almost.
Your parents introduced y'all? That's cool. They streamed last night, and I told them I ended up going to that turning
Oh
thing
yeah.
last night.
He was so funny because he was like, "Oh, there's quite a few people here," and I was like, "Is there a variety of people of ages and stuff?" He was like, "No."
No, old men. But hey, I aspire to be an old man. Okay.
Yeah, he had a great time.
Hang around with the people that you want to be like.
He tried to drag
Sorta.
our older daughter with him, and she was like, "I don't want to do that."
No, that wouldn't have gone well. Actually.
No, and I figured she said the same thing. She's 12, so she was like, I don't think so. Anyways, I just wanted to come say hi. I have to go inside and finish making putty for our done painting drop this week, and then I'll probably be out here later sanding this week.
So we can actually see the honeybees finish?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been one of those weeks. She was a singer at a piano bar. My parents had her over to sing a party at the house. That's so cool. What a cool story. That's really neat.
See? That's so cool. And if she wasn't brave enough to sing, then you wouldn't have met her. Then if you weren't, you didn't like the singing and how it was done.
I like you.
You wouldn't have invited.
And I don't care for your singing.
Well, that's all right. That's not what really brought us together anyway.
No, you were just cute. All of the moms that would bring their kids in for swim lessons loved John. He got lots of bonuses come Christmas time. She sings on some of your lives. That's so cool. I am musically challenged. Not a singer. John loves to sing loudly all the time.
I'll throw a tune in here and there.
He mostly makes up his own songs though, so they're usually pretty weird.
To the tune of a different song.
Yeah.
All right, these are drilled.
Sweet nib holders. Okie dokie.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come check it out.
I'm hungry and I gotta go make food.
Okay.
Okay.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You were looking at me like that. Anyway, nice to talk to you guys. I might be out later if he's still on.
Work's got to get done. I'm gonna be on.
Bye.
Bye. See you later. What? Not if you don't walk over here. No. Alrighty. Okay, we're good now. Pretty good. Now we can actually do some turning. How was the volume yesterday for the turning portion? Was it loud? I hope it wasn't too loud. Like you were able to hear my voice through the machines and turning and whatnot. Tidy up my workstation a little bit before I mess it all up again. I know it kind of seems silly, but I guess that's just me then. I usually do this, but like I said, I forgot about the meetup initially, And then I had a reminder in my phone that didn't tell me until later. Seemed good. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, the fun. I've got the sheet. It was actually from a magazine um, that she printed off, and it was the Chinese lidded box. Um, yeah, it's pretty neat. Oh, let's see. Okay, cool. Whoop. Let's see. That works. Yeah. I changed some stuff up. There we go. That looks better, huh? Uh, ooh. Uh, ooh. Move it over just a little bit more. You have a club meeting Saturday? 3 hours. 10 to 3. Not 5 hours. Alrighty. Let's see. What the? Weird. Hmm. Oh, whatever. Good enough. Anyway, back to the weights. I think it'd be nice, having a one-way right here, or having a robust right here. Robust isn't going to happen. That'll be like the next one in 5 to 10 years from now. That'll be the next wave. So that's kind of one of the things that I'm thinking about too. Off center. Let's see. The big screen or the little screen is off center. Didn't do anything. Let's see. Do a little. Need to bring it this way. Just. Oh. Oh. Close your eyes if you get motion sick. Oh man. My controls are inverted here. There we go. It looks darn near like it just looked. We can also zoom in just a bit more too. Alrighty. That's alright. Okay. Oh, no, there we go. Why be so jumpy like that? Okay. That looks good. Isn't it? Hopefully. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I'm done messing with it. And part of me wants to ignore this. But I know I shouldn't. I've got a wobble here. Got a wobble here. The headstock. Or I guess just the handle here. The headstock. Well, let's go ahead and address that. I don't know if you know, but I think that you can change the video quality as well in the settings. So you just like touch the screen and then you'll see that cogwheel for the settings. And I'm pretty sure that will allow you to change it. So if it's on auto, it could be like 720 or 360 or whatever. But it can be better. Okay. That's better. Didn't take long, just didn't want to. But yeah, there's set screws, there's grub screws that are in there, and they need to be set so you can't like pull out, and it also holds the spindle that's there. And as a matter of fact, I actually broke, or I didn't break it. I lost it. I lost the grub screw for the top belt thing in the headstock here. I don't want to mess with the camera. But yeah, it's over there. And man, it is. I did end up fixing it. I found out the screw that it was, but I couldn't find one as a grub screw size. So what I did is I found one that was the appropriate size, and then cut off the little piece at the top. Let's see. Ooh. Anyway, imagine a screw with like a little Phillips head on it. Then I cut that off, and then I cut like a perpendicular line so I could use a flathead screwdriver. And also to make it short enough to actually be recessed enough not to hit the belt. Let's see. You know, probably focus more on the diamond painting thing to not so much the technical aspects of lathe. Maybe? I don't know. But yeah, okay. So talking about the different lathes, and if you're in the market for a lathe, got some thoughts. So I think there are absolutely good starter lathes. I think there are some very subpar lathes that you should just avoid. And then there's like holy grail lathes that I think that you should be able, or the lathe should be able to pay for itself within a reasonable time. So there's like talking about the different types of lathes, and then the whole setting it up, like the workspace and the workflow and all that stuff. So there's a lot of different things, I guess, to think about and consider when you're setting up your workshop and shopping for lathes. I will say, I don't really think, as long as you got a variable speed, um, I don't really think that you can go wrong. I just think that you can go more right, if that makes sense. Unless you go with the central machinery. But if you start with a central machinery, you wouldn't know the difference. So I guess that's kind of a saving grace there. But Bauer, on the other hand, did look like a pretty good lathe. And it's got all the features that you would probably want, and especially in the first lathe. And if you never drifted away from pins, then you could probably just use that lathe forever. These motors seem to be very resilient to time. They hold up very well. The other things I was thinking about specifically for the one way is it would be a way, like I'm thinking down the road kind of thing, where I'm going to have people hopefully come over to turn with me, and then I'll end up having the lathes that they can use. And if they were interested in trying different types of lathes, this would be a way to show or have them be able to use that particular machine. So that was one of my thoughts with it. It would be like a future endeavor kind of thing, but I would obviously also be getting a lot of use out of it. Yeah. Well, let's see. How you can afford? Yeah, and yeah, you're right. That is a good thought. But I mean, if I just go onto Amazon and I type in wood lathe and then I just buy something that's a couple $100, like $200, Um, you might end up hating turning because of it. So that is one of the things that I think about as well. Because I don't think that I would have liked turning if I started with um, a central machinery because of how much of a thorn it is to change the belts, which I don't need to change the speed too much. But in the beginning, I would have had to, um, like, I would have had to a lot because we only used this lathe in the very beginning. We didn't have, we didn't have the space actually because the workshop was filled up with a bunch of crap, and so I for my birthday or Christmas or something, I wanted more storage or I wanted a storage unit. So I built or accumulated enough money, and then I bought one, um, and built it in the back. That was a doozy. That was a doozy of a project. Never seen so many damn little sheet metal screws and oh man, what a nightmare. It took me like 2 or 3 days. I had to build the platform and all that stuff, and I was the only one here, so that was fun too. No hands helping. How did you hold the wall up? To put some screws on the inside. Well, creativity. You step out, you put a little uh, log leaning against it, and hopefully it was lined up enough to where you could grab the screw on the other end on the other side. It was a doozy, but we got it done. And then I was able to move all that stuff out and make room for the workshop. Yeah. These are going up. Hmm. Hey, does the camera keep focusing back and forth? It looks like it is. I'm gonna take off the autofocus. Because it keeps going back and forth and that. Yeah. There, now it shouldn't change anymore. And you have a lot of layers of different things. Like head popping in there every once in a while, and my hand. And then going back to like the actual thing I'm turning. It just goes all kind of crazy. But I don't know what you want me to focus on. How's the weather we're all on? Finally warming up. North Carolina, we get second winter. Like it'll be cold all winter, and then it's like the sun will come out and be nice and bright and hot. But then the next day it'll be back to like freezing cold. And like, come on. We even had like a snow warning a couple times. It was still towards it was towards the end of winter, but it was still nonetheless really close, and winter's supposed to be going away. I have a favorite tool rest. Yeah, I do. This one, and then the one that came with the lathe was this one. This is cast iron, and then this one is steel. I like it because it allows the tools to slide back and forth a little easier. It being like a really shiny thing. But it's also funny you mentioned that because I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know what? I should probably throw this thought out there of when you get a new tool rest, you should rub your tool across it and see how it feels, and then determine if you need to sand it to make it smoother. A lot of these metal tools come and they're covered in like grease or oil, obviously to prevent them from rusting, but it's like, dang it, that's dirty feeling. So you got to clean it before you can even use it. Like when you get your lathe and stuff like that. Looking to get a 4-inch, huh? If I could, I would get a 7-inch, I think. 7-inch. Yeah, that's what I would get, but I have to get that custom, so I haven't done it yet. And the other reason is because I want to get the bigger tool rest. This one is the size of this. I think it's like a. I don't know what size this is. You can measure it, but yeah. So for your tool rest, I'd say the biggest thing is making sure that your tool slides nicely across it, which you can do with a different one too. Like you can take some of the cast iron ones and do that no problem. But just by default, I think these do better. And then I've actually got some nicks in here that I actually need to sand because I was trying something else out. Of course. And then I used my good tool rest, messed it up a little bit, although I do have a backup. Weird, but I do, but I do. The same size and all that. But yes, I did get an aftermarket one. And that's kind of the other thing too that I was thinking about for the one way is that there's so many accessories for one way, and if I just got into that, then I would be able to accumulate that stuff. um, like specific one-way tools and things like that. I also think that one-ways are weird looking. I find them to be a little weird looking, unusual. Yeah, they look a little unusual. But yeah, there's if you're looking and you have like a specific size that you're wanting, um, you could reach out to, I think, Brian Nikitas from TDC. I think he is able to do some of those things. Or, what's the other guy's name? Crap. Where I got my drill bit from. Uh, Harold or something. I can't remember. But, yeah, that would be a pretty cool thing, too. Some people just like the basic T-bar with a round tool rest. I will say, my hand being here all the time, if I just had a like a cylinder right there with a T, I don't think it would look that. I don't think it would work that well for me because of how much I push into the tool rest here. That's the thing constantly. I wouldn't say I push hard, just to kind of give myself the finger limit, right? Your hands don't go past this point unless you're doing it intentionally, not accidentally. So that's kind of my rule. Also, when I was teaching my kids how to turn, that's what I did too. Like your hand never goes past the ears. And then obviously I tell them the part two of that rule. Rick Harrell. That's the one. Rick Harrell. Yeah. But indeed. Um, a weird idea that I had the other night. I was thinking, what does the shadow of the carbide tool look like? And so if you look at it from like a side profile, and then you just draw like, whoop, and then sharp down, um, kind of, like, hey, what if I did like a steel one like that? And so I got my grinder and I went to town on it on this skew here. So basically, I think I made a variation of it. Oh yeah, it's not going to focus anymore. But this will be a video a little later. But yeah, basically, this is kind of like a in between a scraper and another tool. And I was like, you know what? That's pretty darn cool. It'd be pretty easy to sharpen too. You just rub the flat spot, right? You rub it out, whoop, now you got it again. So that was initially the thought. And then I started looking around online, and then apparently there already is something that's similar to it that's around. And immediately I was like, I'm going to go get that. So this is what it is. So you can see that it's just a high-speed steel rod, right? I mean, there's nothing special about it. It's a high-speed steel rod. And then it just looks, the shape right here, just looks like it was pushed onto the grinder, you know? held on the grinder for a little bit. So I'm gonna give that a try. But it is, interesting because it is, because of its shape. I find that super interesting. There's actually a right there. But yeah, I did some testing on it, so pretty cool. But it's like all these people that don't like carbide. How about that? You have this right here, which is darn near like a carbide, and it's high-speed steel, so it still fits that criteria. Um, yeah, I'd like to spend more time with the SKU, but the high speed steel version, um, or variation, I should say, uh, could be a good segue for people that want high speed steel, but they like how the wood tools work, or the carbide works, as far as like the hand position, the geometry of the cutting angle, and all that stuff. Because what I'm using is, square, right? It's a rectangular prism, but I always tilt it on its side, and so that changes the cutting force angle when I'm cutting. So if you were the type that just puts it flat on the tool rest and then you go back and forth, there's nothing wrong with that by any means. You do what you got to do, but to expand your tool's capabilities, if you tilt it side to side, you will, in my opinion, you'll really level up your game of how you turn. Shoot, maybe that's an attractive title for another video. You're like, hey, do that. Boom. But yes, those are just little tidbits I was thinking about. And then, sure enough, it already exists. Right. There's a tap and die group going on in the forums right now. Cool. How many people are in it? Is there a lot of people? Because I could go for a 14. I don't have a 14 yet. I've got 2 or 3 M13s, an M15, M11, and an M12. I don't have. And that would just be, more or less like a completionist sort of thing. I'm not sure if they make an M10 triple lead, but that would be pretty cool, I think. The M11 is being a real pain. Oh Lord. This is supposed to be a 20, I believe. We're just going to do a little fix here. Sometimes when things don't want to work out, you just change it up a little bit. 20. Now this is a asymmetrical 1. Oh! It ends the 4th or 5th. Uh-oh. Is it on the IAW? Is that where it's at? And what are the deets on it? How much is the different things? How far have we got it? How far has everybody gotten it so far? As far as like the distance, that is. But I might not be able to jump in on that this go, which is a bit of a bummer, but it is what it is. We just did some pretty big purchases and then getting them laid as well. See a little bit. Hi. But I'll take a look and see where we're at. It might not even tell us, but are you going to get in on that? We got Atlanta coming up, leaving for Friday. And... Oh, okay, cool, thanks. Let's take a look at that. Right on. But I mean, I will say that you could probably just stay at M13 and stay there for a long time. The only real reason why I would like to have multiple of any particular one is so I can chase the threads easier. Um, yeah, that and maybe even having something set up differently, like this thing that I use right here. Like this is pretty much always set for the M13, so geez. But yeah, I have that one in there, and then I have my other M13 in the die. Um, I keep one a little looser than the other one. I should say I keep one tighter, actually. Yeah, I keep one tighter. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, you really might be better off just sticking with Turners because they buy it and you know the reasonable volumes that would get you a good price for both you and Turners. Because they're a business and they're making these connections and selling and all that stuff, so they have to be able to make money off of that too. So I would say that that is not a good deal. Right. If it's 500, that's not a good deal. But on the other hand, it could be 500 because there's only like one person. So if you get like 10 people or 20 people, then it's possible that it will go to a very different price. And that was one of the weird things. It's like you didn't know until the end how much you're going to end up paying, and some people cannot deal with that uncertainty, and I don't blame them. It's like, okay, I'm going to be spending anywhere between like $250 to $500 on a set of cats and dies. So it's a little weird in my opinion when it comes to that. But I mean, there's not really a better way to do it unless somebody's just forking out the whole amount and then divvying up. They're selling them at the time. Really. M14 320. I want to say that Turner's was sold out when I looked. But I think it'll only go as low as like 200 something for a tap and die set. I don't think it'll go much lower than that because of the machine involved and stuff. But on the other hand, I don't really need anything right now. It would just be a want. Oh, right at 200? Well, that's not a bad dealio. Let's see. I might even have an extra imprint here. I think I have 3 M13. Sounds weird just because I think I have a multi-$100 thing. I don't know. I'll have to go look elsewhere. I think it's in my drawer. In my tool chest over there. Bottom price. Bottom price for 14. Like the best deal right now, or the worst deal right now? Or I'll just keep an eye out for when all those people are going to start selling their cats and dogs. They're going to get frustrated making them. You're like, you know what? This looks like so much fun. Now I hate it. Suppose that could happen, huh? Ah, okay. Let's see what you're saying now. Is that for the tap and die? Ah, just look at the sheet here a little bit. But you know, that's kind of the other thing too. Is if you buy two of those, you could have bought a lathe. Single start seems way overpriced. Well, I will say that that's partially because of their quality steel. The quality of steel is going to last you longer than something that you'll get off of Amazon. But if you don't mind replacing it, I'd say then, I don't know. I know some people uh, don't like the whole thing of just getting rid of taps and dies. Not so dull, but and I don't really get rid of them. I just replace them, and then I will save those for things that I'm trying to figure out. Um, for example, if I was trying to thread metal or thread different types of material that I'm experimenting with, I'll use the old taps and dies. Won't be as sharp and crispy, but it also won't ruin my good ones. But I still use the same M13 that I have now. Like I still use the same one. But you know, I started off with the half inch single start, tap and die, half inch and a 3/8. Which I need to go back and do that again as a video. It's just I don't know. I, it's hard because I like I like sharing the different nuances and stuff like that, but that can be overwhelming. So I just need to write a script and then leave it alone. Write a script and read it. Because I'll tend to overshare, you know? You know. I like to think of it as being thorough, but some people think of it as oversharing. Turner's got the M14 for 300, huh? All right. You know, if I were a businessman and I had the extra capital to put into something like that, I would potentially use this as a way to buy a whole bunch of them. For example, like if Turner's, right now, if Turner's had a specific budget for um, re-upping their inventory, it would be smart of them to probably jump in on this group buy and then just make it so everybody's price, if they're involved, is nice and low. That way they wouldn't even need the initial one. It would be a way to buy as much as you could, spending the least amount you can, because everybody else is also sharing the starting load, I guess, of getting those made, if that makes sense. But you'd end up with a whole bunch of taps and dies that you would have to figure out how you're going to sell. So there's also that. No! Not broken. But, I mean, you just have to look at the numbers. It's also possible that it would be, it's possible that it wouldn't even matter for them. Maybe they could do a partial re-up of inventory. Just going to jump on the bandwagon and take advantage of the opportunity there. But that is good to know. I assume that it is for the taps and dies that are coming from Tapco. I haven't looked at the sheet yet, but I'd assume it's probably the most common one, the most well known too. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, try to tell somebody that they can spend like $300 or $400 on a tap and die. When I was first looking at that, I'd be looking at me like I was crazy. Just started looking on Amazon and be like, "What do you mean you guys spend that much on one? It looks like they're only like $20 on Amazon." But yes, but it's a triple set. So you know, some makers will immediately, upon looking at the item that the pin maker has made, that'll be one of the things that is looked at least that I looked at. All right, we're almost done with these regular size, and then we're gonna jump to the larges. The reason I was waiting for the larges is so Abby could be out here, and I have to basically turn the captive ring, and, you know. Yeah, got to get the captive ring, a couple of those. One of them is already turned, and really cool, man. The noodles, the noodles were so cool on that one, so colorful. This one, so this one here, super duper colorful. It almost looks like thermal. Now that I think about it and seeing it on camera, it looks like thermal vision. That's pretty neat. Maybe that could be the name. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Looks like I'm looking through the Predator eyes. The movie thing. The future. You know, another reason why I thought streaming would be pretty darn cool is because I don't really talk to people outside of my normal workday other than Abby. And her and I are very different, which is good. I would say that that's a good thing. Um, and I just think it is a way to hang out with people, learn about people, get to know likes and dislikes and adjustments that you can make to what it is that you're doing, and just like that. I did order some high-speed steel as well. I've got a 10 millimeter rod coming, and then a couple 4 millimeter rods and stuff like that. I'm gonna try to do a couple different grinds on those, and then I'll probably make a handle for some of them. But I need to figure out where my darn um, tool went that is for my captive ring. I had to do it a little different way last time. And I use that tool also to help with the resin. Because I use a X-Acto blade and I cut the inside of the Alumilite container so it will be able to come through. And when I cut it, I have to fish it out, and so I use my hook tool to do that. And that the captive ring tool is perfect for it. But now, I don't know where it is. What is that? But worst case, I have to go get another flathead screwdriver, and then I've got to grind it. Which I suppose. Yeah, you're probably right. You're right. I probably would. But how fun would that be, really? Would you really enjoy watching me do all that organization? Man, I get tired just thinking about it. I don't want dust to be on my nose. I just wipe my hand and it had dust all over it. Or I'll wipe my nose with my hand, dust all over it. I want to make sure it doesn't look like I've been sniffing around the You know what I'm saying. You know what I mean. Woo! That's fun, huh? Oh, I've got some boiled linseed oil. Holy smoke! God. Hmm. Stream was ahead of you. Uh-oh. But really, that would be kind of boring, wouldn't it? Watching organized. At least, but on the other hand, maybe you'd pick up some pearls of wisdom. Not for me, but just in general. This is what you definitely shouldn't do. Huh. Let's see. I also learned that Rockler, this is a very side note, random thing here, but Rockler has, at least my Rockler, has a service where you can take your stuff and get it sharpened. Like drill bits, turning tools, anything. Now, the lazy side of me is like, why? Why not use that? But then the other side of me is like, you know what? You've got a grinder, John. You've got sander, belt sander. You can sharpen with all of those. But, you know. All right, Morty, chill out for a little bit. Take a break. Oh yeah. I might even be streaming on my other thing today because I gotta make a couple things, and I gotta enhance my workload before I depart for my trip on Friday. Did I mention that? I don't know if I did. But I am going to Atlanta for the Atlanta Pin Show this weekend, which will be pretty darn cool. It's a relatively short drive for me. Uh, I invited my mom, so my mom and I will be going to Atlanta together. It'll be fun. Abby will be here taking care of the kids and the guinea pigs and the dogs. And getting ahead because we've got another thing later on this month where we're going to. Where are we going? We're going to. Oh, take care, Lee. Sorry about that. I wandered off. But I hope you hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you again soon. Take care. Man, it was off in Neverland. Mm. I don't know. I don't know where it went. Should have been over there somewhere. But that's obviously not the case. Is it just me, or is there that thing where you're like, I don't see it anywhere? And your wife says, probably where you left it. Well, I don't see it where I left it, or would have left it. It's right here. I need one of those moments to happen. Hmm. Let's see. Oh, wait. I probably put it down while I was doing something different, and then forgot that I left it there. You know where my little screwdriver is that is for cutting the captive ring? I use it to open the Alumilite. I don't know where it went. What?
I'll come look too.
Yeah. I was just talking about you, actually. How it would be one of those things where you'd be like, where you left it? But I didn't look there, I guess. Or something along those lines. Yeah. Hmm. Well, all right. I have to find another screwdriver first that I can just do that with. Oh, right on, Kevin. Gotta take care of your wife, man. Let's see. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Buried deep under my metal lathe here. Oh, look, the Sharpie. Huh? He might still be there. I don't know. Found it. Cool. There it is. Alright. Cool. I'll put that back where it's supposed to be. Alright. Hmm. There we go. Well, another thing I might do while I'm at it, clear out my dust collection after I do this one. Boom. Got numero one here. Let's see. Alright. One. Get out of here. Mess. Nothing selected, man. Jeez. Not off the button right there. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it is. Oh yeah. Oh, suppose I could take that off, huh? Come on. Ooh. I'll hop over here. Main. There we go. Yeah. We're gonna turn this back over. Should have a double-sided one here. Oh. Oh. That's alright. Probably. What? Oh. Dang, it's two? Dang. Crazy. Alrighty. Found that. Did that. Since she's not in here, I'm going to go ahead and that camera is going to have to move. This one's going to have to just pivot, huh? Yeah. Let's see what this looks like. Mode. Let's change this. I'm gonna back it out. Go to view. Zoomed in. Good grief. Alrighty. This one. Right here. Yep. Okay. There we go. Okay. That camera's gonna have to move. This is gonna have to come over there. Gonna be working on some addressing my dust collection here. That's good enough. Good enough. There. Hello, hello. Hope everybody's doing well. Having a good day. I've got to clean the dust. It's like up to here. So I'm going to throw on my mask so I can do that. So might sound muffled for a bit. Probably should have done this before, but I didn't. Okay, now move this. Just whoop. Nice. All right, there's some of this stuff. Ooh, I found a bushing. That's funny. That's it. Mm. Battery, drill battery. Ah, hello. Suppose I could point that a little bit more out. Sorry. Come on. Come on. Okay. Guess I didn't really need my mask yet. That's all right. All right. Here we go. I'm going to turn this just a little bit more. Yeah. Or just bring it out a little more. All right. Hold on. Got an adventure. There we go. That's pretty good. Better than what we had. Oh, let's tilt this bad boy a little bit more so you can see Morty in all of his glory. Right. And then, let's see. Turn around. This thing likes to keep coming down. There we go. Also, there we go. Cool. Okay. That's that. That is that. go ahead and continue. Yeah. Yeah. What in the world? There you are. All right. Going to perfect. Whoo! She's tight, packed in there. I'm smiling. You can't really see it, but I am. Yeah, whatever. The thing popped off. Little collar there. Might as well give that a look-see. See if I need to do anything. Hmm. The noodles are very fragile, but man, they can. And there's a whole bunch of them. Woo! Alrighty. Alrighty. I'm still here. Just working on this. Not exactly what you think about when you think about turning. Mhm. Almost done. Hmm. 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 All right. Vacuum. All right. Gonna need that again here in a minute. There we go. That's all the way around. Clear this out. Clear that out. Zip this back up. Interestingly enough, these particular bags for at least this type of dust collection system, the bags get better as it collects more. Kind of interesting. But it also restricts some of the flow at the same time. So there's that too. Okay. Come on. Nope, not you. Whole thing. Come on, there we go. Okay. A little bit more up. Come on now. There we go. Get a little more snug. Perfect. Woo! Sorry about that. There was a lull in the stream, so I went ahead and dealt with some of this. Let's see. Woo! I don't know if you can see it, but whoop, almost. There we go. Kind of a mess, huh? All right, come on back. Yeah. There we go. So I'm going to leave my mask on for a little bit until the dust actually settles. And then I'm going to vacuum this up right quick. Hey, Tanya, how are you doing? How are you doing, Tanya? Sorry, I had to take care of some vacuum stuff, I suppose you could call it. Alrighty. Whoop. I'm so happy I knocked all of the crap down. Just kidding. This is for organizing the policies. Whoa. What a cool blank. I will be back in action here in just a minute. Woo. Hey, that's good to hear, Tanya. You're doing good. Heck yeah. All right, let me get this reconfigured here. But if you were wondering, that door right there, whoop, leads into the house. That's where Abby will be coming from if she ever gets back out here to get to work. All right, the main cam is going to go for a ride. So I'm going to reposition it for my lathe. Let me finish vacuuming my lathe too while I'm at it, I guess. So Tanya, you actually got here just in time for some, I'm going to be doing a captive ring here in a little bit when Abby comes back out. She just went to go get her daughter from the bus stop. But she'll be back. If that was something that you're interested in seeing done. I'm not sure how exactly they're going to work on the Honeybee blanks here because they're transparent, and when we do transparent blanks, we don't typically do something that will be like that. So this will be an experiment and experience for all parties involved. So that's fun. Alrighty, here we go. Kevin, you haven't hooked up your dust collector yet? Dang, man. You just gonna wait till next one? Or next house? Or just kidding. Let's see. Going for a ride in the main cam here. Oh, come on. There we go. Alrighty. That looks. I want a good overhead view, but not of my head, you know? Okay. Let's see. That looks pretty good. Let me just pivot it a little bit more. Okay. Need to zoom in a bit. Sorry. All right. I'll get that focused up here in just a moment. Alrighty. Perfect. Now, move that up there. Come on, there we go. My hands aren't wanting to work right, I guess. Come on now. Whew, there we go. Maybe wait for the move. Yeah, man. It was funny. I heard an expression that was similar to that, and it was like, it was in WoW. But it was specifically people not trinketing anything in arena PvP. But what they said is, are you just saving that for the next round? Kind of funny. When you're trying to position a tripod like perfectly in all of these different spaces, but you can't be touching the table, but you got to be close enough to where it's not interfering. Man. Then you got to go back and forth. Running up that hill. Cool. Okay. Whew. Get a good close up of this mug here. Okay. How are we looking? How are we looking? Hey, almost back to normal settings here. normal settings. Yeah, I said that. A little weird. Did you say you didn't have a captive ring? Nice. Are you a fan of yellow? Because it might be an option this go around, because we are doing yellow and making sure that let's see, making sure that we have some different ones, like create a little variety. Variety is the spice of life. Not yet. Okay, let me get the other side, the rest of this set back up so Abby won't complain. This is the stuff that she is never a part of, as far as like equipment maintenance, and she's rarely ever cleaning out here. But I will say, inside's a different story. But out here, no, I clean out here. I'm also a firm believer that that people do certain things like that. They want things a certain way. So I like things a certain way out here. She likes things a certain way inside. So we just don't cross the streets. Been trying to cross her with these streams though. That'd be pretty cool. Okay. There we go. I will say that I'm going to wait for her to come out before I start doing captive rings. I'm going to get started on the minis here. So far, this is what we're doing. These, the minis and the micros. And yes, the more minis and micros. Cool. Let's see. Okay. Can you go up or down? I think they can either do anything, actually. Yellow's your favorite color? Hey, cool. Was somebody bought one for their mom? We had done yellow, and Abby was like, "This is not going to go well." Um, but she ended up doing it anyway because it was. I think it was during the when we were doing birthstone colors. Um, but the yellow one was a concern because we didn't think enough people were going to be interested in getting a yellow one. Um, we were pleasantly surprised, and um, funny enough, I streamed a little bit later, um, and somebody said, "Man, I'm glad you made a yellow one. No, nobody ever makes yellow diamond painting pins, or pins for that matter in general. I guess it's kind of like a orange in some cases when it comes to like preferred colors. It doesn't fall not very high, I guess, on the color palettes that people typically go for. But here we are, we're doing it anyways. Okay, I'm gonna turn this just a tad. Let's see, I should probably zoom in a little bit as well. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see. Okay. Boom, bada boom, bada boom. Cool. But going back to what you said before, Kevin, about the tool rest, in shoot, on the other lathe, I think that they're like 1-inch tool posts, so a little bit different. All right, let's get this back up and running. All right, Morty is gonna have some good power now. Alright, starting with I think this is a 1, right? 1, yep. Oh, your tool post is 1 inch? Oh, that's awesome. This one is not. This one's much. Oh. Oop. Ah! Don't mind that. It's normal. How's it going? Gents? I like it. Oh, gents. Gems. I went to gems, sorry. Even got my glasses on. How's your day going? Oh, appreciate you asking. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good indeed. Having a good day in the workshop. Don't ask for anything else. Oh, y'all know each other? That's awesome. Love it. So the blanket I am playing right now is called Honeybee, and it's got yellow glitter, some gold flakes in it, and it's also got some transparent to see through. Pretty nice. These will start looking even more shiny and sparkly when Abby gets done with them. Let's see. Am I going to make any of those chunky? Yes. So this one that I'm about to do is a chunkier one. You can see the difference. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's do it. Let's try this. So they're quite a bit different in size. Let me get my ruler here. So this one is almost 22 mil, which is 0.859, and then this is a 0.74, 0.75. So the size difference is pretty pretty significant. Yeah. Is that what you prefer? You like the thicker grips and thicker pins? Um, yeah. But yeah, we call our thicker ones, well, either larges, or we call them mega minis or mega regulars. We've even done a mega micro, but yeah. But yeah, we call those megas, mega ray, mega micro, and whatnot. This is gonna have 5 rings on it. One of the nice things about turning larger diameter things is that you have a little bit more room for, we call them features, because you can potentially get yourself going too skinny for some of them to go too far. So I definitely appreciate you asking. That's a great question and allows me the opportunity to talk about that without any confusion. Because not every group of makers or not every maker, I mean, has their we don't sync up what we call this stuff, and some are called chunky and chonkers and all kinds of different names, which is fine. I've got nothing against that. Just for the sake of consistency for customers, um, for clients. It's one of those things where all needs to be explained. Going forward. Have I seen you around before, Sam? I got the call. Now the top view of the tour. You're alive! What? Man. It's lonely. I'm glad, Tanya. It's nice. Probably messing it up by talking and showing my mug right there. Oh. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the Alright, number one. All right. Yeah. Pizza and wings. I want that. Then real life sets in. How's Evie doing? Yeah, how's she doing? How's she feeling? I know. No. Well, then maybe Evie and I will just go do something. Well, today's not a good day for flank steak. Well, we could potentially do it. I don't know. What time is it? 3? Sorry, folks.
Real life dinner.
Real life. Real life happens. Okay, there we go. We'll just wait. Response. Yeah. Will you stop? Will you stop? Stop. I'm waiting for a response. Thank you. All right. Back in action. Will you hit Morty, please? Thank you. Middle school, man. That is so long. Starts late, goes on for a long time. It's crazy. There's probably a good reason it's that way, but man, it is not fun. Yeah, what are y'all doing today? Anything Wazoo? Maybe this one. And then switch over. Ah! I'll switch over. Oh yeah. Oh man, I love pizza. I love pizza. We usually do Friday Pie Day. That's our win. That's our Friday sort of thing. Um, but sometimes I just want it a little bit before. I do really like pizza. I've also been to Italy and I've had pizza there. If you do happen to go to Italy, you should ask for a margarita. If you want a cheese pizza, or if you want a pepperoni, you would ask for a salami picante or a margarita with salami picante on. And then you can be fancy by throwing in an accent if you really want Let's see what the captive ring looks like. And another one I've got to do. Pretty good. Yep. Boom. Alrighty. Now I'm gonna open it up a bit more. The lathe, that is. Hey, no worries. I've been turning for about 5 years now. Yeah. Over that time, I've done quite a few. I know. That's just a part of that one. It wouldn't be the right shape anymore. It'll open up a little bit more anyways, but what's going to happen is it's going to completely change the profile. It doesn't matter. Look at this face in their picture. What it looks like. Man. Spicy. Getting spicy here. Alrighty. So, but yeah, probably about 5 years. And pretty much ever since I learned what a lathe was, which was about 5.5 years ago, I've been turning and definitely something I really enjoy doing. Right, let's see. But yeah, if shoot, our Instagram goes all the way back to some of our first things, and at least I think it does. But man, things change, you know. Let's see, what we're gonna do. Yes, that's what we do. Right here is one of the capture rings. Let's manufacture that from the ends. But yes, I do also find it interesting that so many people say that they've been turning for like 10, 20, 30, 50 years. But they only have so many projects. So when people talk about them turning, I think about it kind of with a grain of salt because it's you could have been a turner for that period of time, but I highly doubt that anybody's been turning consistently for as long. Like, it's kind of weird, I guess, to say, but yeah, I don't know. When I think about somebody that's been a turner for X amount of years, I think that they've been doing it like I do, right? Sometimes you kind of base what you think somebody else is talking about off of what it is that you find or what you have that is most relatable, if that makes sense. So I think if somebody has been a turner for this long, for 20 years or 50 years, I would assume that they have done something in a lot of different wheelhouses, but it's actually not the case. So it's kind of interesting when you think about it. And pins actually are obviously my primary focus. Um, I do every once in a while do different projects, but those are very seldom, let's say. I hope so. I hope it's going to be awesome. Yeah, I figured it'd be pretty cool to do a little something extra here. Yep, pretty good. Let's see. I'm going to leave that alone for a little bit. And the rest of that up. What a mess. Right. Well, I think I mentioned it before, but this one in particular, because it's translucent as it is, it's going to be careful to make sure that I split it in the middle as best I can. It'll pull it off nicely, and there won't be too much sanding underneath. Dust all in here. But yep, we'll go ahead and do this up just a bit more. It'll come out good anyway. That makes it a little nicer. There we go. So this will get cleaned up, shaped the rest of the way, and then cut it off. Alright, so here's the other one. So this one, I'm going to have to look at the tools more. That'll work. I need to dig a little deeper into that one. Okay, here we go. Let's do this one. I'm going to slow the speed down here. Nice and careful. Be patient. Don't go back and forth. Do it. I gotta do it. Sometimes if you rush, so we're just, right now, I'm just trimming a little deeper on the bottom there, trying to make sure that I get it lined up how I want it to be. And then I'm going to come back in. Um, it's stunning. Thank you. This is a pretty cool one. Okay. Now, see if I can get in there with a little hook tool here. Finish it this way off. Be careful not to use the other side as a fulcrum too much. It's not. It's a part of why it's not moving the other side. It's like that. And then, there we go. Yeah. Not gonna lie, that one. I didn't know. Thought I broke it. Let's see. It's getting a little micro. Very cool. So this one, to me, it looks like I'm looking through thermal vision. Yeah. Get out of there. Because there's not very much room in here. Be very careful not to touch the ring with the tool because this one, I'm going to need to put some sandpaper under it to even get to where I need to with this. Oh, man. So when channels like this, which is as small as this one in particular, it makes it a bit more challenging because you can't really get in there all that well. Um, so yeah, there's like one round, like there's like almost a point in the middle of that one that doesn't want to out. So I have to chip away a little bit at the channel here. Um, being careful not to go too far. And I could tape it as well, which is something else. All right. There we go. Now I can actually get over that. Okay. Well, there we go. Now I can shimmy it back and forth to fine tune the little middle here. All right. Sweet. Now we can get in there with a little bit of sandpaper. I think maybe. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is typically why we do larger channels. But you can't really see what I'm doing, but I'm rotating the ring on top of the sandpaper. The sandpaper, I tucked it under the ring. And then I'm just rotating it. The bottom hasn't been sanded yet, but you gotta be careful. You don't mess up the sides. And unfortunately, there's not really an expedient way to do this that we have found, at least, that gives us good results that we are satisfied with. How you doing, Tim? More? Yeah, man. Skills. Pay the bills. Sorry, my hands are all up in the way. But I got my sandpaper here tucked under the ring. Just getting a little pressure on it to smooth out the bottom before I get it heavy. Smooth. There we go. These are nice and free spinning. Let's take a look at the valleys. That one probably needs to go down. Hey, cool deal. I hope you have a safe flight, man. Boom. Righty. So I'll send this back over to Abby, and then she will finish it up. And then we'll see again here. And then here's the yellow one. So it's only the ring and then the middle area right here that's done. So we've got to part it the rest of the way, and see that. We're going to go from the right side here. And this one's a lot easier to view. So a little bit from the left, a little bit from the right. Just put it back and forth. So you can see it going through and halfway. Need to make sure I keep the same depth as best as I can. Maybe clean that last little bit up. And just maybe here. Come on. Well, it doesn't look like it yet. Come on. Up. Now I'm going to touch the other side. You dream? Nice. Check mobility. And remedy. So the reason I'm thinning this part out a little bit is so it can go further, a little bit further back and forth. It's just going to get stopped there. So what I'm going to do real quick is free it up a bit more to where it's going to be in its final position. Yes? With its final internal diameter. And probably we'll go back and clean up the inside here a little bit more. Yeah, this part is actually hard to show, but just folded a piece of sandpaper, tucked it under the ring here, and then just rotating it with my hands so I can make that side flat. Start looking a little bit more. Good to go. Make that thinner. Not able to get as much. There we go. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, let's just look at these symmetries. Now, he's going back and forth. Right. Once this gets smooth on the inside as well as the outside, it should be good to go as far as having it move around nicely. Whoops. Hey, where'd you come from? Sweet. Well, there we go. Here's that captive ring. Oh, lordy, the light. What the hell? Alrighty. Go back to main. Here we go. Yeah, that would be very cool. It's all good. So there's that. And this. All right, I'll go start it at the grill. I'll go start the grill. Right? Awesome. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. She is finishing up that other one. So let's see. Turn this one all the way around. I think I can. Let's see. We'll hop back over here. Don't make you dizzy or anything. But we're gonna try and turn this around. Hey. Okay. There we go. Cool. Almost. Let me get over there so I can finish doing this. Sorry, we'll maximize this view here in a minute. Come on, reach. Okay. All right, here we go. Almost. No, can't go that far. Oh no, the other way. There we go. All right, let me maximize it, make sure it's in focus. Righty, I'm gonna max it. Boom. Okay. Cool. You could. Oh, got Morty. Never mind. You can reach it. Cool. All right. Let me give you the mic here. What? What? Oh, okay. Okay. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Here you go. Careful with the plug.
Yeah. I will try.
Not the best angle, but man, I gotta say, that's a pretty good one.
It's not too bad. Your dog is very unhappy.
That good? The focus and everything?
I think it needs a little more focus, maybe.
Yeah.
Man, this shape for this double captive ring is probably one of the most difficult I've ever tried to sand. Yeah. I don't think I'll take orders for this anymore.
Well.
Oh.
Yep. All right. Say hey.
I did say hey.
And
Well, you had your headphones on. So these neons in particular can be kind of finicky. And then we've got this shape that makes it difficult for me to get my fingers in there to sand. So I had to rip up little sheets of the sandpaper into like strips to try to get it in there and not hit the rings. And now I'm trying to get some scratches out before we get to polishing. That angle's pretty good.
yeah.
Other than, me in the shot, which is a little weird of an angle. It's okay. I know. Yeah. No, don't worry about it. I think it's fine. I don't mess with it anymore. It has been a week, guys. A month even of just we are busy family wise. We just have a lot going on. Plus, obviously, getting all of our usual stuff done for Butterfly Effect wares for all of our diamond painting pens and putty and Patreon and all of that. John is gonna go start dinner because tonight is soccer night. Our older daughter has soccer practice. All right, let's see how this looks. So I'm gonna go over, after I finish this one, how I sand again, because I know it's been a little while since I've been on and sanded anything on a video. So let's see if I'm gonna have to go back and do this one a little bit more. This purple, some of the darker colors are more difficult to sand. It's really interesting how the different types of pigments that I put in the resin affect the way that they finish. So the neons in particular pigments, they are hard to get mixed into the resin all the way because they like to clump up weirdly. So I have to like try to make sure we don't have clumps. And then darker colors in general, like this purple that's on the end here, like to scratch. So we're pretty proud of our finish that we offer, for our diamond painting pens, and have pretty high standards overall. So sometimes things take me sanding them multiple times, like this one, and that's just what we got to do sometimes. Why I'm in charge of the sanding. John's not patient with the sanding, but yeah. Uh, Tanya, I hear that. I don't know what is going on this time of year, but I feel like that's the general consensus on the internet. There's just a lot of stuff going on. And I've been going through some health stuff. I think I talked about it a little bit. Oh, I was in the hospital in February for like a flare up of my chronic bladder pain condition, which I have had the diagnosis of that for about a year now. And so February, I had a really bad flare up, and it still hasn't quite gotten back to my standard, my base, I guess, of pain. So I've had a lot of doctor's appointments, a lot of new doctors, a lot of trial and error as far as like diet and supplements and medication. So that's what I was doing today too, was going to the doctor and getting a change in medication. So that's always like, I don't know, difficult, um, difficult to work through and figure out. And then our fence is falling down in the back of our backyard. So I had to talk to two different maintenance people today to come chop trees down and do the fence. So life, man, life just gets like that. Like when it rains, it pours, right? That's the saying. So that's kind of how it has been for us for a little bit, anyways. But John's been on streaming a lot here and on Maverick Workshop. You had health issues last month and surgery and lashed it up. I'm so sorry. That is exactly what I mean when it rains, it pours. That's so hard, and it's so stuff like that. It's hard to get back to like a good mindset, and for me, because it's a chronic condition and I'm still kind of learning about it and learning how to deal with it, my perspective of it's been hard to kind of adjust my perspective of what I thought regular life was going to be like. I don't know. It's a thing, man. I hope that things look up for you soon and things start getting better. But that's where I am too. I'm trying to be positive, but that can be very difficult. And John, I love him. He is my favorite person. However, he is very lucky in the fact that he pretty much never gets sick. He doesn't get sick. He's never really been someone that had to take medication. So he doesn't super understand, I guess. Oh my gosh. I'm doing a little bit better today. It's I don't know, it's an all the time thing. Basically, I don't really sleep because I'm up so many times in the middle of the night. Like I don't know how else to explain it other than that. So we're just like trying a bunch of different medications that help with the constant like lower abdominal bladder pain that I'm in. So it's not fun, and it's really started to affect kind of my all the time, but we're working on it. I'm very lucky in that my doctor, and I have like three different doctors that I'm seeing right now, but my main doctor is so wonderful and like understanding, and has spent a lot of time looking into it himself to figure out what else we can try. Um, so I don't know. We're trying something new. I'm hopeful that it will make a difference. So like I'm okay, but also it's all the time. So yeah. And because some of the other doctors, I don't know, health stuff in general, you have to really stay on top of doctors and like advocate for yourself, because I've had a few for this in particular that have completely either dismissed me or offered like ridiculous, like extreme surgeries as the solution, which I feel like I'm not there yet of needing surgery. Um, I don't want to have to need surgery, that's for sure. So yeah, yeah, I'm getting through, surviving, and I'm having to go back and sand under these rings. This is what I was telling John about this particular shape is my finger, even with the loose ring, my fingers are too big to get all the way under to sand it properly. So I've taken my little sandpaper sheets and cut it into a smaller strip, so hopefully I can get under the ring. So after I do this, I'm gonna have to sand through all the grits again, and then I'm going to have to polish all over. So that's always a thing. I don't love having to do them more than once, but I'm very, very picky about how our pins look. So I spend like most of my time, like I do a lot of different jobs, you know, for our business. But sanding is probably what I would consider my main. That's what I spend most of my time doing. I spend right now it's usually 3 to 4 days of the week out here just sanding pins. John and I were talking about it the other day, and I think we're at about 15,000 pins over about 5 years. So that's a lot of sanding. I have sanded a lot of pins, and I don't mind it. I don't know. It's kind of zen, if you know what I mean. Like I usually get on and put my headphones on and listen to a podcast or a book, or watch shows and stuff. I'm watching The Resident right now. I like medical dramas. John comes from a medical background of being he was a paramedic in the military, so I don't know. We kind of share that love for medicine. I started nursing school back in Tucson, and then we found out I was pregnant with our daughter Evelyn, and yeah, I didn't go back because the military kind of was too much. We didn't have any family there, and then by the time we moved back here to where we're from, which is North Carolina, we started our business. So this has been a huge blessing for us to be able to do, and be at home with our family. And John gets to be here, and that is going from him, he's in the Air Force for 11 years active duty. And so half of that time he was gone. He was either deployed or training. So we spent that first 11 years of him being gone half the time, which is kind of crazy. So now he's here almost all the time. Thank you. We try. I would call us professionals at this point, and we do love it. Like, we're so lucky to have such an amazing community um, to share our stuff with. This one is a pain. This is the third time of sanding it, and I don't have any more of these blades, so it's got to be perfect. John's starting the grill, and we're gonna have link steak tonight, which is a family favorite. I'm gonna take a pause and dry this sucker off so I can see if I've got any scratches or issues. So the scratch, it's not even really scratch, it was a tool mark from John just turning and separating it. And it was directly under where the ring is here. And my finger just did not want to get in there. So it's looking way better. Way, way better. So we're gonna actually, so with some of these ones, like I was saying, some are more difficult. I sand like normally with it spinning, and sometimes I have to go back in areas like this to try to get out some of those sanding marks, because you're essentially with sandpaper scratching the pen until you've scratched it so like finely that you can't do it so tiny. Will you actually turn that fan and face it towards me? I am hot. John's got the giant bright light on me. It's so bright.
Imagine if you had the wall light.
Oh God.
That thing is...
Yeah, when we first set up our workshop, like before we started business and John was just learning how to turn and practicing, I bought him like one of those work lights like you see at construction sites, because I didn't know any difference. I was like, oh yeah, we need a light. And that thing, holy moly, we could use it as a heater in the winter. It is so hot. What? What's that?
When you're done, put that.
Okay.
And then if you want to go back to the main, you're going to have to rotate it.
That's fine.
Or you can just tilt it up and then step back.
Okay. I'll probably do this until you tell me that it's like resting. So just let me know. That's perfect. Evie should be home about then. So one of our daughters is in elementary school. She's in 4th grade, and the other one is in middle school. And our elementary school daughter gets up at 6, gets back from school at 2, and then our middle schooler gets up at 8 and doesn't get back till like 4:30. It's so ridiculous. So we're still not used to it, even though it's been like, this whole year of being like that. Let's see. If you're like me, you have OCD. I have to pick something perfect when I see I can't be. Yeah, so I think John has a little bit of OCD personally. I just have super high standards for what John said for men. I just have really, really high standards for what we're selling. People are spending their hard-earned money on products that is supposed to be beautiful and make people happy and all of that. And so I don't ever want to like let anybody down. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just they have to be as perfect as I can make them before I send them out. Actually, I'm gonna need John to get me something real quick. I'll be right back. Hey John. Hey John. Hey babe. Where are those rubber ring things that I can put underneath the ring? Because I'm gonna have to redo them. Will you come find them for me? Thank you. Okay, back. Yeah, I just can't not hit them. I know. I am aware. I've had to do it before.
Huh?
Did you talk to Evie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't turn it on. You gotta get them in there.
I'm not done yet. I have to finish the rest of it, and then I'm gonna re-polish the rings. I think they just need polish. You could just put them down. I can do that.
Nope, I like suffering.
Stop it.
Okay.
It's making it worse.
Sorry. There you go.
Anyways, we're not used to this schedule. We're coming home so late, and it's soccer season, so that's a late soccer practice. We like to eat really early usually. We're an early dinner family. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and I am on my 5th. This is our 5th grit of sandpaper. I go through 8 grits. all the way from 240 up to 2,500. And that's why our pins end up so shiny. We do that, and then we do a 6-step polish. And by we, I mean I do a 6-step polish. And that gives that almost glass-like finish that is, it won't come off. You can wash your pin in water. You can use it forever and it will still be that shiny because it's not a finish that's applied. It is actually sanded and polished to that like shininess, if that makes sense. So I know that there are some different finishes that people try to apply and then they kind of wear off, if that makes sense. But I think most diamond painting pen makers do sand and polish in general. But yeah, when we were starting, we went through a lot of different testing of polishes and ways to finish pens to make sure that they were up to our standards. Yeah, the Captive Ring pen is the only pen I don't have in my collection of pens. Yeah, we don't do a ton of them. We throw them in every once in a while. Like this week, I've got John is making 2, I think, or maybe just 1, but I'm excited. So this one will be listed. And then for this was a Patreon custom order. So for any of our Butterfly tier Patreon members, you can at any time send me a message on Etsy to go through our vast blank collection and pick out a blank and request whatever turning style you would like on it. So that's what this is. This is from a Patreon order who wanted this particular double captive ring pen. And luckily we had, I'm gonna have to put 2 of these on here. Luckily we had this blank because this is the one that she was looking for. So Tanya loves yellow. Oh, John's on his other YouTube. That's awesome. I was a little nervous doing this week's colorway because we have done, I think, one other yellow or golden in the past. And yellow can be kind of controversial in the fact that some people just don't like yellow. And me in like clothes or whatever, I'm not a yellow fan, but I do love these yellow golden Honeybee blanks. I'm really happy with the way that they turned out, just like I imagined. And I don't think John's shown any of the finished ones yet, but they look awesome. So I'm going to say that real quick before I move on. So these are 2 regulars, and you can really see because like in the blank pictures, I know you couldn't really see the gold flakes or the kind of honeycomb shaped. Okay, there we go. This one doesn't autofocus. So the honeycomb shaped of the glitters that are in there, and they're like a really pretty like honeyed bronze, and then they're kind of holographic. So very sparkly, very like bright and happy. So I've got, these are thick rubber band silicone things, and I'm using them to pin these rings in place because when I was sanding, they got touched just a tiny bit. So I am going to, not with all of the grits, but I'm going to hit it with the last few grits of sandpaper and then polish them back up, and then I'm going to take the rings off and polish the rest of the pen. I'm so glad you like it. That is so good to hear. Sometimes I'll have, I'll take requests like on our Facebook group, I've been asking people's like what they're looking for, what they really want as far as colorways and shapes and other, specialty things. And gold and honey, or not gold, gold and yellow and gold flakes has been something that people have absolutely requested like multiple times. But sometimes we'll have things that I'll have a whole bunch of people request, and then I don't know if it just doesn't turn out the way that they kind of envision, or they just lose track and then don't end up wanting a pen from that colorway, but that happens to us sometimes where they didn't quite go as I planned or hoped. Not too often, luckily. And then I've told John this too, but some like one of our most popular colorways was when I took them out, like when I took the blanks out, they were one of my least favorite. Those it was a precious metal, and it was I think a couple years ago, but I had this idea of having, all of those different flakes in there along with the metallic micas. And I took them out and was like, no, this is not what I wanted it to be. But when we put them up, people loved them. So sometimes what I have in mind doesn't match what people want, I guess. So that's all right. I always hope that the right people who are really wanting certain colors see them and are able to get them, or that they come back around and we do what their favorites are. So this is the 6-step polish. Like I said, I'm pinning the rings because when they're free spinning, I can't polish them. They'll just like go all over. So we'll do this, and then we're gonna get under there and do the rest. So we've got our rings back all shiny and fixed, and now I'm gonna have to figure out how to get these suckers off. Oh my gosh, I didn't think about this part of having to figure out how to get them off. I wonder if John will be mad if I have to cut them. John, if you're listening, come help me get these off. Yeah, let's see if I can pin it that way, because I don't want to, almost. I don't want to mess up what I just spent all that time doing. All right. One ring free. Now I just have 3 more to do after I get this one off. Watch me get it stuck again. There we go. Luckily, this silicone isn't gonna do anything to the pin. They're pretty durable. We have drop tested a mini pin. Okay, getting there. But yeah, Tanya, do you have any other favorites or things that you like haven't seen from us but you'd like to see? I always love getting people's opinions. Same goes for anybody else who's watching. Feel free to chime in. Who knows, whatever you ask for might end up being a colorway or a pen. That's happened before. I'm also pretty lucky in the fact that, like, for blank making and for this, because the pretty colors is my job, that I get to like just kind of take inspiration from whatever kind of comes to mind and then make it into a reality. Okay, there we go. So yeah, we've been seeing all kinds of just huge fluffy bumblebees recently. I thought that would make a good looking colorway. All right, we got the rings loose again. Now we're gonna turn it back on. Do as high as my leg goes on this setting, and we're gonna get in there and polish again, and then hopefully it'll be up to my standards. But all of this is definitely a labor of love. I feel like you have to enjoy this for things to turn out high quality and what you want. You have to care about it. Because I know that, I mean, obviously we're a business, but we're very intentional with what we offer. We feel like that's important. And then when I'm done with all of the pens, before I do listings and everything for like our normal, colorways, I give our pens a bath. They go through our ultrasonic cleaner because the resin is completely safe in the water. So if you ever have pens that end up having, stuff that kind of, especially if you buy special shapes, the rings like to collect dust and just like oils from your hand and can start looking a little gunked up, but they can be washed in soap and water. Nothing too hot though. That would be the only no for resin. And then what I do actually with my own stuff is use a clean paintbrush and a little bit of oil, so like mineral oil, and I use that to clean out the details, I guess, like the little parts. All right, she's looking good. So here we go. This is the finished neon rainbow double captive ring pen. John made one of these a couple years ago on TikTok. I like to put a video up on TikTok, and so that's why we had this requested. So as much as I love everybody, I won't be doing that particular shape again. We could definitely still do double captive rings, just not on that shape. I gotta have more room for my fingers. Thank you, Pages, with your giveaway y'all have been doing. I am so glad that it's been going well and that people have been enjoying it. I obviously we've done giveaways before, but I've enjoyed making it a more like consistent, often thing, because I know that with some of our colorways, especially in the past, that they can sell out very quickly because we're kind of limited in how many pins John and I can make each week. So it makes me happy getting to gift a couple each week, and we'll probably keep doing it. You love glow in the dark and neon colorways. Oh, the black light ones. Yeah, the UV reactive neons are so fun. And I have some different ones that I haven't done a lot with yet that I need to do some other mixes. Those tend to be pretty popular. And the glow that I use is absolutely fantastic. Like, we're here in our garage where the garage door doesn't really get open, and the only light is like a tiny bit of natural light from there's a window in the door to our house, and then like our back door is right there, so a lot of light comes in right there, but that's it. Like, my glow powder lives here in the garage, and if you peek in here when it's nighttime, you can see that like bag of the glow powder all lit up. So it's pretty cool, and it looks neat and blank. I want to redo, I think at some point, the bioluminescent colorway I did, but like switch it up, a little bit of a different style, but that same. I had an aqua glow that I love the way that those turned out. You haven't been able to do Patreon just yet? Yeah, that's fine. It's hopefully going to always be there. And we're gonna leave the option for the choose a blank, the custom orders, just as a permanent option for our butterfly tier members. So, and it's also, you can cancel at any time. So we totally understand that too. And then we do some of our kind of more interesting materials and giveaways there. So this month I've got a wood, so it's Jack Daniel's oak barrel, charred oak barrel, and then I inlaid a whole ring of rainbow drills which was fun. And I have another idea for pen, and it might be ridiculous and it might not work at all, but I really want to essentially bedazzle slash diamond paint over an entire diamond painting pen. So I want to cover like the whole surface or a lot of the surface in drills, and then I'm gonna have to figure out how to like um, make it so it's not bumpy and all of that. I'll have to do some extra finishing work, but I have that idea in my head, and it might not work out and it might look ridiculous, but I just want to try it. We're lucky that we get to do that too. John always has stuff that he's like wanting to try and figure out, and sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. So we got lots of ideas for cool stuff like that. So what I'm doing right now is I'm actually sanding under the ring because this colorway has the clear and translucent with the glitter in the middle. You can see under the ring, so I want to do my best to get the tooling marks out so that you can see through the ring a little bit better. Oh my gosh. So yeah, this is what I mean by like patience. It's little fiddly, like particular work. I'm getting there. I'm just using different corners of this same sandpaper sheet, and these sheets I buy in big like bulk packs, and then I cut them into convenient little pieces. We haven't found anything else that works better than that. I know some people use it's called micro mesh. They're little foam pads essentially with sandpaper on them. And that's one of the things that we tried out when we first started. And while they do leave a pretty finish, they don't work really well for the kind of curves of a diamond painting pin in particular. So we found that like wet, so this is wet to dry sandpaper, works better because if I keep it wet, it does a good job like kind of curving on all of the bumps and details. So close. There's this one little tiny ring right in the middle that is from what, when John separates the ring, he can't, once it's spinning, you can't really touch the underside of the ring anymore because it just runs away from the tool when it's spinning on the lathe. So this is the only way to get this done. It also lets it, when I sand a little bit underneath, spin more freely. Like it'll go a little bit further because it's spinning underneath. And we only do the captive rings on mega regulars or larges so that the rings can stay thick enough to be like a good solid ring, if that makes sense, so that it's not too thin. And shape wise, this shape is great because I can get my fingers underneath where the ring is, and the ring has lots of room to move, which is definitely what I prefer. So that's why part of why we don't do it on minis, just because there's not kind of enough room for me to really be able to do it the way I need to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do another spring glow in the dark colorway, and then we're gonna be freaking summer in no time. And then I'll move into what is maybe my favorite themed blanks of the year is summer blanks. I love doing like the beachy and mermaid and all of that themes. I had someone request, was it frogs? I think it was frogs. I'm going to have to see if I can find frog shaped glitters. But I've done, let's see, we've done turtles, and we've done dolphins, I think that's the only like creatures that I found the right type of glitter to put in the resin, because I have to be very particular about what types of glitter. If they're too heavy, like if the glitter's too thick, what happens is it like sinks all the way to the bottom. And then not only do you not see the glitters where you want to, but it causes issues on like the ends from glitter sinking. Or there's some types of glitter that what they do is they like to chip out when John's turning them, which leaves holes that I then have to fill with CA, which is super glue. And that is like a whole other very time consuming process in general. Maybe by June, that's your birthday, you'll be able to get the captive ring pin. Yeah. So you must, as Gemini, all of June. I think the end is Cancer, right? As far as astrology, astrological signs. My mom, my sister, and my brother were all born in June, so we have a lot of June family birthdays. And I plan on definitely doing Sandy Beach, or a version of our like ocean flank that we've done in the past. And I also want to do another mermaid themed one, because I love those like teals and purples together that tend to be mermaid colorways. Those are my favorite colors, or like the blues and the purples. And next week, we're going from this very sunny, bright yellow to a moodier color, but it's like, I don't know, it's so cool. I use some of my really fancy color shift in it. I have some that are sold by the like gram, and I mean like a gram up to like 5 grams, like tiny amounts. They're sometimes used in other applications, the color shift powders. So I use them sparingly for special stuff, or a little extra special effects. And next week's colorway has those in it, so it's going in a whole different direction than these. And then I think John's, I don't know if he's shown it here on our Butterfly Effectors channel, or if it's only on Maverick Pens, but he has started on our ones that are going to be for our spring break week, so the week after Easter, because we're going to be in Tucson. So, okay, we should be all sanded, and now we should just have to polish the pen. So I've done all of the sandpaper grits, and it looks good. Now we're going to go in with our 6-step polish. And I hope it isn't distracting that I've got I've got this pulled, the same thing pulled up on my iPad so I can see the comments, because the computer that it's being streamed on is behind me, and I can't see it very well back there. The captive rings are definitely one of the most time intensive, as far as both making it, because John has to create the shape in the ring and then give it to me for me to make the ring shiny before he releases it. But as you just saw, I've got a little bit of a hack with the rubber bands in case I need to polish or sand the ring again after. But yeah, it goes from John to me, back to John, back to me. And this will probably be my last pen for this particular stream. And it'll be dinner time, I hope, at that point. Because I'm hungry. All right, moment of truth. Moment of truth here is one of our captive ring diamond painting pens that's going to be in this week's drop. There we go. Getting the bushings out. And there we go. So these captive rings are the free floating rings. They also make pretty good like fidget kind of spinners on there. And these, oops, sorry, I'm not in frame, have a beautiful yellow, one of my favorites. And then I've got gold, we've got gold shimmer, we've got the bronze and gold glitter, we've got gold flakes. So it's got like all of the pretty things in it. I love the way these turned out. I am going to turn the camera. So bear with me for the moment because it's gonna get a little wiggly. I'm gonna turn the computer and then I'm gonna turn the camera. Oh my gosh, there goes John's tripod. Sorry if I get you motion sick over there. And I don't even know what it's pointing at because I'm not over here. Oh, it's so close. Yep, too close to me. Right, now, I know it's fuzzy, I'm so sorry guys. This is not my job. This is John's job. Yeah, almost got it. Hey, I did it. So me. So me. Mm, mm. Okay. Ta-da! Fountain pen, or not, diamond painting pen. Got a couple done. I need to do some more sanding tonight, and then tomorrow, Thursday, is my biggest sanding day. I sand pretty much the whole day. My fingers usually end up getting very tired and very soggy by the end of the day. So I'll still be here all day. John has, he's gotten a lot done. He's got a decent amount that still need to get going for finishing up this week's pen. And then he is leaving this weekend. He's gonna go to the Atlanta pen show. So not diamond painting pens, but fountain pens, writing pens, stuff like that. So that's kind of our other side. I don't want to say it's another business, but it's also like a passion project, I guess. John really loves fountain pens, and it's something that I've come to really enjoy as well. So I don't know if anyone's ever interested in a writing pen, but we can do that too. Really any turn stuff. I have a lot of projects that are on John's list of things that he needs to make for me. That is one of the pluses of having a crafty husband is I can request things. And hopefully he'll make them for me. I have gotten a lot of really pretty handmade gifts from John. I've got a lot of pens, bowls, very cool stuff. So I'm a lucky girl. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. I know that John was here most of the time for hanging out with him all day. So I really think it's been like all day. I don't know how long this room has been. I don't know how to work any of this stuff. I'm not a computer or camera expert, but we've got some sanding done, and I'll be here all day tomorrow and every day. So if you are watching this later and have any questions, Etsy is the best place to send me any messages. Even if they're for John, I can relay them to him because I keep track of all that stuff. But Etsy sends us like push notifications, and it's easier for me to like keep track of everything. We have our Patreon if you're interested in the special giveaways or any sort of custom work from any of our blanks. We have a lot, and we're happy to do that. Your husband's a geek. Me and John are both pretty nerdy, so we also are that. I think geeks are the best though. Like I don't know. It's just more fun. More fun to be geeky, enjoy stuff like that. So yeah, that's definitely a thing as well. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. See you next time. It'll probably be more drawn than me, but you can tell him if you want to ask me questions or need me to, and show you guys something. Yeah, other than that, see you next time. Thank you for watching. Bye, Tanya.